Quiet down. Time to get ready for class. Okay. Good morning, Giselle, Yuvia, and Lacey. Good to see you. Waiting for the two gentlemen to come on board. Join us. Okay. Let's have a word of prayer. Get today started. Shh. Gentlemen, ladies, ladies. Let's pray. Father, thank you for another day and just a little bit cooler of a morning. But Father, thank you for the beautiful day and the sun that comes up and just your gracious hand that you watch over us with. Help us today in all of our endeavors that we can do them to glorify you. Be with the boys team, basketball team as they travel and as they play. Just give them safety and help them to have a good game. And thank you for everything that you've done. In thy precious name. Amen. Okay. Page, what is that? Page 137? Okay. We're on page 137. We're on number 2, wavering before the wicked. Okay, Proverbs 25:26 says, a righteous man falling down before the wicked is as a troubled fountain and a corrupt spring. This isn't a literal falling down, skinning the knees, breaking a bone type of fall. This is falling down on a spiritual level. Okay? They become a troubled fountain because now, for them, things are going to start coming out. Okay? So, when a righteous man speaks, it is likely a what? When a righteous man speaks. Like that? Okay. Okay. So when a righteous man speaks, okay? Now, shh. This first one kind of goes off, or is it's basically opposite of what I just said. But what I just said was for the verse. Now we're kind of reversing the roles a little bit and bringing us into this verse. When a righteous man speaks, so we're talking about a righteous man, not a fool or a wicked person. They're going to bring a well or a fountain of life. Okay? Because what they're going to have to say, what they have to say is going to be good. Okay? Or it should be good. Proverbs 10:11. A mouth of a righteous man is the well of life, but violence covereth the mouth of the wicked. So if he gives way, the righteous man, gives way to the wicked, the well becomes polluted. His spring is corrupted, and he ceases to be a testimony to the blessings of others. Okay? So, don't let your wellspring of life, your good, become corrupt. Because of the two wrong attitudes, envy and desire. Desire to be with the wicked, envying the wicked because they seem to be having more fun. They get to do all these things, etc., etc. He begins to waver in his strong stand against sin. Okay? You let it in, okay? And your foundation starts to waver. Okay? So because of the two wrong attitudes, envy and desire, he begins to waver. This wavering is expressed in three different ways. First of all, they start to overlook sin, just as the wicked does. The wicked overlooks sin because they don't want to have anything to do with it, or they don't want to admit that what they're doing is wrong. Good morning, Adam. Good to see you. They don't want to admit that they're doing wrong, so they are going to look over sin, or they're going to start trying to justify what they're doing and make it seem right. We let them get by with sin without rebuking them or giving any sign of displeasure. We excuse our silence by saying that we like them too much to hurt them. We don't want to hurt their feelings. We don't want to cause problems. We don't want to cause strife. We want to keep that friendship, even though it's now a bad friendship, okay? Because the influence of the sin is there, okay? We don't want it to destroy that. And air. Okay, hold on, guys. I have an error that came up here. So let me see what I can do because I'm not getting. Okay. Let me interrupt real quick. Shh. Let's see if this helps. Let's see if that helps. Okay, I don't see anything coming up now, so maybe that helped. Okay, so we overlooked the sin. So what does Proverbs 28:23 say about this overlooking the sin? So a person that rebukes a man because of their wrong will find more favor than he that flattereth him with the tongue. Okay? There's two takes that there's two ways you can take this answer. One, he'll find more favor with God. Okay. He'll also find more favor if the person that you're rebuking understands and accepts what you're saying. If the person that you are rebuking because of their evil doings doesn't want to have anything to do with it, then you're not going to get favor with them. But yet, in a way, they might still have more respect for you because you stood up for what you thought was right. It's a fine line sometimes. What do we do? You have to ask yourself, what should I do? Hopefully, you can answer that question fairly easy. So what does Proverbs 27:5 say? It says, open rebuke is better than secret love. Secret love is partaking of what they're doing. Joining in with what they're doing. Guys, joining in with what they're doing. That's enough. Okay? Got that? 1 Timothy 5, 1 and 20. Rebuke not an elder, but entreat him as a father, and the younger men as brethren. Them that sin rebuke before all, that others also may fear. So what good rules does Paul give Timothy concerning how to handle those who sin willfully? Encourage those overtaking in sin. Why do you encourage them? To repent, to change their ways, okay? But if they continue in the willful sin, you've got to rebuke them, and the Bible says publicly, to cause others to fear also, okay? You know, or get that written down. Am I done? Honoring sinners, the third action. Another way to waver before sinners is by electing them to positions of authority. What do the following verses say concerning this? Proverbs 26, 1 and 8. As snow in summer and as rain in harvest, so honor is not seemingly for a fool. But he that bindeth a stone in a sling, so is he that giveth honor to a fool. Positions of honor are not fitting for a fool. Well, what I just looking at this, the what would be the right term? Trying to think of the proper grammar term here. Not a metaphor, but this is a metaphor verse, metaphorical. When you have a sling, Generally, what you put in it is this rock to sling something or some object. Okay? So a rock goes with a sling. So giving honor to a fool is the same as that. Only destruction is going to come from the rock. Okay? That's the way I gather it. Okay? Okay? Number 2, Psalm 12:8. The wicked walk on every side when the vilest men are exalted. When, and there's your, it's basically the same as in the verse. It seems like when the wicked get exalted, get in positions, okay, everybody from the woodwork comes out to join them, okay? You, and I'm treading lightly on what I'm about to say, but because I don't want to call anybody particularly evil, okay? But if you watch the politics in the last year or so, okay? Again, I wasn't, and there's still things about Trump that I disagreed with, okay? Some of his actions, some of the way he said things and different things, but what he was trying to get across was good. He was trying to clean the swamp. Okay, that's good. But what we got going on now, and I'm not pinpointing any one politician right now in politics, but it seemed like when the good was seeming to go out of the picture, Trump out of the picture, and the Democrats and all them started coming in, it was just like this flood of, lack of a better term, evil started flooding in. Okay? And okay. And this is what that verse is talking about. Or that is what this verse is talking about. Okay? So you got to be careful of what and you got to watch what's going on. Okay? So you don't need to have any part of it. Okay? So in other words, if you're honoring wrong people, you increase their numbers. Okay? You increase their numbers. You give them more stability, more stamina. Those who are knowingly not strong for God, Doug, but to the contrary, have a spirit of worldliness, okay, should never be called to pray, lead a committee, be a team captain, lead singing, or MC a spiritual program. Now, can some of these I have a little bit of problem with, okay? Some of them I do, okay? Well, in a way it is, and in a way it's not. Okay? No, hey. Um, Places of leadership in the church, okay? People look at as a good position. And so if there is a person that has done wrong and it is publicly known or whatever, okay, it it brings a negative it brings a negative connotation to the service. Okay? When you see somebody that has a leadership position, Sunday school teacher or whatever in the church, and you know that they have done wrong, okay, and haven't gotten it confessed, it brings the wrong picture to the church. Now, can a wrong person pray? Yes. But you got to be careful, okay? You don't want to just give them a position of, okay, you are prayer leader for our Sunday school class, okay? Okay. But to have them pray once in a while, the type thing isn't, I don't see it wrong, because I think if they are willing to pray, it might bring them into a little bit, bring them back into fellowship a little bit, okay? So it has to, you have to watch these things. Don't waver in this matter simply because they're popular. Shh. Have a good personality, or they dress sharply, okay? Watch their spiritualness. Praising sinners, okay? A lot of times we do. We waver by praising them, giving them prestige, letting them think that they're doing good. Confusion abounds when the teacher tells the world's crowd they're not cool and tough, but then the Christian classmates admire and praise them. The ungodly conclude, teacher, you're wrong. These students think I'm pretty good. Okay? So just the key part of that is just the confusion that it brings. Okay? That's the wrong person saying that. Teacher, what you're saying is wrong. Everybody thinks I'm cool. What you're saying, teacher, is wrong. Okay? Well, what? It's the what, Doug? Bee's knees. Bee's knees. Yeah, I knew you were talking about knees. Where does the bees come into that? Okay. Okay. This must be a modern term that I'm not familiar with. Okay? This is a bee's knees? I honestly have never heard that. Seriously. Okay? Not heebie-jeebies. Okay? Bee's knees? Now, knee slapper, yeah, but bee's knees? Are you serious? Doug, are you looking it up? Let me know. Shh. 18th century. Sorry, DLs. I have nothing to say at this point. Okay? Nothing. Okay. Let confusion abound, because there's a lot of confusion right now. Okay? I guess I can say, I don't know, I can't say that. Okay? Well, DLs, I have got, due to time right now, I've got to conclude with bee's knees and let that stand. Or, in other words, we'll let it float right there, bee's knees. I honestly have not ever heard that before. DLs, we have a quiz in science. Be ready for that. Quiz 18, I believe it is. So be ready for that. So we'll see you later. That is not open book, okay? Also, don't forget, tomorrow is chapel, not Bible class. I'm assuming that, hey, I'm assuming that they will be getting you information of how to log in or what you need to do. You might just have to go to the, guys, go to the school's website, YouTube, and do it that way. I don't know, okay? But, hey, chapel at 8, chapel is at 8:30, okay? Not 8:45 like we normally start. Okay, see you later for science. Bye, guys.
All right. Go ahead and clear your desk. And I said Avery. Yesterday I did say to study synonyms. For homework on Friday, you should have studied synonyms, so you should have expected it on your quiz. Austin, I'm not going to argue with you. The other way around, you should not argue with me. Yes, it is the 9th. Okay, everyone go to dictation. For those doing distant learning, please listen. I sent our quiz out, so make sure you look at the dictation section so that you can get the spelling words. Okay, but go ahead and turn to or look at number 13. Number 13 is canister. Canister. Number 14 is judgment. Judgment. Number 15 is maneuver. Maneuver. Number 16, a tariff. Tariff. In history. $17, acknowledgement. Acknowledgement. $18 is technique. Technique. $19 is accommodate. Accommodate. $20 is parliament. Parliament. Okay, I'm going to go through them again. Okay, 13, canister. 14, judgment. 15, maneuver. 16, tariff. 17, acknowledgement. 18, technique. 19, accommodate. 20, parliament. Is anybody missing anything? 18? 18 was technique. 19 is accommodate. Accommodate. For those in distant learning, if you missed any, go ahead and write the number if you did. But go ahead and start working on your quiz. For those of you, finish up. Once you're done, you can come and turn it in to the desk. Okay. Amethyst turned it in first. If it rains, then no practice. I ain't standing out there watching you guys stink in the rain. I'm just kidding.
She just said you guys stink.
I'm just kidding. Shh. Guys, finish your quiz. I was talking to Doug. Yeah, I didn't put any homework because literally next week we're on break, so.
It's too soon. I'm not ready to be apart from my fellow peers.
You're gonna enjoy knocking around every
Why?
I know, there's really not.
All right, guys, finish up.
Hey!
Isaac.
Oops.
Thanks for moving. So, did you guys discuss the party without
What are you doing? No. I didn't discuss any party. But we'll talk about it later. Go ahead and go back to your seat. Back to your seat. Amethyst, go to your seat, please. Shh. Amethyst. Guys, shh. Amethyst, people are still taking the quiz, so please be quiet. Shh, guys. You put it on the desk. guys. Once you are done with your quiz, if you did your homework, 138, number 6 through 10, come show me. So, grammar homework, page 138, number 6 through 10. Adrian, do you have your homework? No. Okay, well, work on it then. Okay.
No, it's not like this.
Why? Who said that you looked like Justin Bieber? Probably your hair.
Which body part do you think is more important for men? The eyes or the eyebrows?
Eyes.
The eyebrows, because that's what was in all the dust, bro, and all this.
Yeah, but I mean, without your eyes, you can't see. Good. For sure, the eyes. All right, guys. 2 more minutes.
Yeah, we're still waiting on our picture certificate, so I need the whole class period.
No, not to take a quiz. A spelling quiz should only take you 5 to 10 minutes, to be honest. But I know you guys need more time, that's why I gave you more time. So I gave you 10 to 15 minutes, but we can't take the whole class.
This is horrible. When it show you my eyebrows, and I was like, oh. It shows like Will Smith without eyes.
Okay, we'll go over in a second. Thank you. Sophia, do you have your homework? Maya? Andrew, homework? Avery, did you show me your homework yet? In grammar? If you didn't do it, go ahead and start working on it. Good. Good. Oh, okay. Yeah, we'll go over it. Mhm.
I thought.
Good. Okay, you didn't label it though? That's fine. We'll go over it in class. All right, Austin, finish up. Turn it in. It's on the desk. Raise your hand if you still have the quiz. Raise your hand if you still have the quiz. All right, guys. Good. Okay. Austin, turn in your quiz. Turn to 138. 138. Grammar, yes. Shh, guys. Nice. All right, page 138 in your grammar. 138 in your grammar. look at number 6. Shh, guys, page 138 in your grammar. Come on. 138 in the grammar book. 138. Ricky, your grammar book should be open. Everyone's grammar book should be open, sitting down, not talking. Facing forward, page 138. Okay? Look at number 6. For several years now, my father's habit has been to read 2 books a week. Ricky, what did you underline here? What's my infinitive? Okay, well then you should be doing it and not messing around. Okay? Lena, what'd you underline here? To read. Good. That's my infinitive. Okay, what did I box here? What did I box here? Okay. To read 2 books a week. And what do I label it as? Derek? A PN. Okay. So, for those of you who don't understand the whole labeling process, it's basically what we learned of complements. Okay, complements of a predicate nominative. The whole phrase, to read 2 books a week, is explaining or equaling my subject of habit. Okay, so my linking verb is has been. Okay, my linking verb is has been. Who or what has been? Habit. Habit is my subject. What is that habit been? To read 2 books a week. So if it's explaining the subject or renaming the subject, therefore it is a predicate nominative. Okay? Number 7, the doctor gave him no prescription except to rest in bed and to drink plenty of fluids. Okay? Elijah, would you underline here? Okay, I would underline to rest. Good. I would box to rest in bed. What else did you underline here, Doug? Okay, we already said that. And to drink. What would I box, Andrew? To rest in bed and to drink plenty of fluids. What would I label this as? Amethyst? OPs. Good. Except is a preposition. So, to rest in bed and to drink plenty of fluids would both be my objects of the preposition. Okay? So if I'm finding a preposition of the word except or any preposition, and then there's following by a phrase, we know prepositional phrases need objects. So therefore, these noun phrases are my objects. Okay? Number 8. He had only one other concern, how to speak his mind in a tactful manner. What do I underline here, Austin?
8, right?
Yes.
To speak.
To speak. Awesome. Okay, what would I box, Derek?
Speak his mind in a tactful manner.
Good. To speak his mind in a tactful manner. In this case, I would also box the word how because what would I label it as? Lena? AP in a positive. It's explaining what the concern is. Okay? Okay, so number 8 would be in a positive. I would box how to speak his mind in a tactful manner. That is in a positive phrase explaining the concern. Number 9, your immediate goal should be to finish the task at hand. What do I underline here, Sophia? Good. Underline to finish. Ricky, what would I box?
The task at hand.
Good. To finish the task at hand. What is it used as, Isaac? Your goal should be to finish the task at hand. What's my verb within that sentence? No, in the sentence. Your goal should be, good. Should be is my verb. Who or what should be? What's my subject? Goal. Goal is my subject. Goal should be what? What's my goal? Look at your sentence. What's my goal? To finish what? To finish the task at hand. So, is that explaining what my goal is? Good. So what would that be? Not a DO. with linking verbs? Who can help them out? Class, go ahead. A PN. So with action verbs, it's a DO. With linking verbs, predicate nominatives equal the subject. Okay? So whatever is equaling back to the subject, it's a PN, predicate nominative. Okay? Number 10, study to be quiet and to do your own business. Okay? What do I underline here, Gabby? To be. What else, Jaden? To do. Guys, stop. What do I box with to be? Sure, Amethyst. What do I box? To be quiet. And then what would I box with to do, Avery? To do your own business. Good. Okay, what are those used as, Andrew? DOs. Awesome. Okay, the reason why. What's my subject here, class? Then understood you. Maya, what kind of verb is study? Action or linking? Action. Okay, so with action verbs, Isaac, do you see? With action verbs, it's you study to be quiet. Okay, that is answering your action verb. Okay, same thing with to do your own business. All right, that's what you need to study. Number 11, go ahead and work on that. Shh. Start working on 11 through 15. Awesome. You can do 16, 17, 18 if you want. Yes. Besides is a preposition. So what do prepositions need? Mm-hmm. Okay, who has number 11? I'm guessing Amethyst has number 11. Okay, but, shh. Okay, please don't answer unless I ask. Thank you. But I wasn't actually asking you to. It was a statement. Okay, but what do I underline, Amethyst? Good. To abuse and to commit. What would I box in to abuse? Doug? To abuse alcoholic beverages. Derek, what would I box with to commit? To commit suicide slowly. In this case, I would also box simply because it's part of its modifier. Okay? You would box infinitives and all of its modifiers. So therefore, simply is describing to commit. So therefore, that's why I would box simply. Okay? What is to abuse alcoholic beverages used as? What's its use? Elijah, do you know? Number 11. What's to abuse alcoholic beverages used as? What's its function within the sentence? No, not really. Lena? Subject, okay? So in order to find my subject, you need to find my verb. Elijah, tell me my verb.
The verb here is abuse.
Not abuse.
Recording.
Not quite. Okay, who knows my verb in this sentence, class? Is. Okay, is my verb. Okay, now I need to find my subject. Who or what is? Okay, to abuse alcoholic beverages is my entire subject. Is my verb. Okay, good. Simply to commit suicide slowly is a PN, also equaling the subject. Okay, is my linking verb, so I know it's going to be a PN. To abuse alcoholic beverages equals to commit suicide slowly. So that's why it's a PN. Okay? Number 12, my counsel to you is to put first things first. Doug? To several is not an infinitive. Okay? Infinitives have the word to plus a verb. Several is not a verb. Okay? So that is a good example of what you guys should be looking out for, okay? To several published reports is actually a prepositional phrase. Know the differences between a prepositional phrase and an infinitive phrase. Infinitive phrases, they have the word to plus a verb, okay? So make sure you're watching for those. Number 12, my counsel to you is to put first things first. What do I underline here? Austin? Where are you? Number 12?
Yeah.
No, I would not underline to you. That's the same thing, okay? That's the word you is not a verb, so I would not underline that because it's not an infinitive. Okay? So to you is actually a prepositional phrase here. So what else would you underline in this sentence? To put. Okay, notice how put is a verb. So therefore I would underline to put. What would I box, Jaden? To put first things first. Awesome. Okay? So what is this used as, Lena? A PN. Good. To put first things first equals the council. If I have to tell you to stop one more time, your permanent seat is going to be up front. Okay, number 13. Mr. Morse asked us to memorize the names and the dates on page 342 of our history text. What would I underline here, Isaac? To memorize. What would I box here, Derek? Okay. And dates on page 342 of our history text. I would underline the entire phrase. Okay? So what is this used as? Andrew? What kind of verb is asked? Action. Good, it would be a DO. Okay? Mr. Morse asked us to memorize the names and dates on page 342 of our history text. That's all the DO. Okay? Tonight do 14 through 18. 14 through 18. We don't have enough time to finish it, but numbers 14 through 18. Okay? And then you should begin to read page number 188 through 193. Okay? 188 through 193. I was going to have a reading quiz tomorrow, but I'm going to move that to Thursday. Okay? So page 188 to 193. Start on your homework tonight. You have until Thursday to read, okay? 188 to 193. But everyone go ahead and turn to page 186, okay? 186 in your literature. We're going to go through that quickly. 186 in literature. Oh, whoa, nope. Page 186. (188) to 193. Okay, just some things about this poem. It's a short poem, which is why I didn't assign it. We can just talk about it in class, but go to page 186, okay? It's called Sympathy, and obviously we're in a unit talking about the different emotions that people can have, or that writers can be writing with, the different emotions that readers can feel while they're reading a story. So you want to note Paul Laurence Dunbar. Paul Laurence Dunbar, you want to highlight this about him in your Meet the Author section. He was probably the first black poet to receive national and international praise for his use of dialect, okay? Probably the first black poet to receive national and international praise for his use of dialect, okay? So Sympathy was written by Paul Laurence Dunbar, and the theme of this is kind of emphasizing the fact that of how someone feels sympathy. Oh my goodness. The girl was doing a cartwheel and she just biffed it. Can you? Okay, hold on, guys.
Oh, they're trying to run inside. Are you okay?
Girls, get to class. Sorry guys about that interruption. Alright, so let's talk about Sympathy by Paul Laurence Dunbar really quickly, okay? You want to note that he wrote it, And obviously, the title is sympathy, so the theme naturally would be talking about the way someone felt. So the theme of this would be, to feel sympathy is to be able to put yourself in another person's place and to feel what he is feeling. And we see this in the work because he compares himself to a caged bird. Okay? The bird here is a symbol. You want to write what the symbol is. The bird is a symbol of someone who is captive and not free to do what he wants to do. Okay? So that's why he's saying, if you guys look at his description, he was born in Dayton, Ohio, where his father settled after escaping slavery. So his family knew what it was like to be in captivity and not have their own freedoms. So that's why he wrote this, comparing himself to a caged bird. You guys see that in the first line. I know what the caged bird feels, alas, when the sun is bright and on the upland slopes. He's basically talking about how a bird would feel within a cage, okay? So we'll discuss that further tomorrow, but make sure that you start reading page 188 to 193, okay? 188 to 203, yes. Okay? Are there any questions? There's no vocab tonight. And then just finish the exercise on page 138 in grammar. Okay?
We need to go get one. You need to have a mask. You probably do have one somewhere. You just don't know where you put it. Well, quickly. As of right now. Okay, here we go. Sorry, distant learners, I'm a little bit late. Okay, we were having a discussion and announcements. Okay, announcements were a little bit longer today. Okay, so pull out your notes. We don't have a lot. We're only going to go through like 8 as we don't have a ton of time left. Okay, so let's get through these quickly and then be done with it. The TV is turning on, so give it a second. Okay, if you have any more questions on the test or anything, let me know. Okay, distant learners, I put those grades in for the test. Thank you, Uvia. Make sure you guys say you're here so I know you're here. But I did put those grades in for the test on my schoolworks, except Lacey's. I didn't grade yours yet because I just got yours like an hour ago. All right, we left off talking about, obviously, this age of industry that we're talking about. Okay, the different things that are going on. Obviously, the first thing we talked about was agriculture, how it was improved and how it grew. Okay, we're going to be moving on from that. Shh. No more talking. Rick, turn around, since you struggle when your body is sideways. Okay, we have this domestic system. A domestic system. Okay, so at this time in history, okay, in this beginning of this age of industry, we have a domestic system. Okay, that is the work done in a small private shop, usually within a craftsman's home. Okay, a lot of people had their own kind of little home business. Okay, they kind of just did things in their own area. Okay, whether it was at their house, in a little shop by their house. Okay, that's just how things did. People learned how to do it themselves. They had their own craft. And then they became very great at their craft. All right, not quite like today. They didn't have Amazon. It's like, all right, I can just order things. All right, you had to kind of do it on your own. If you didn't, you traded with others. Okay, if I'm good maybe at, I don't know, hunting, and Amethyst is good at, what do you want to be good at in this time? You're good at something.
Making shoes.
Okay, she can make shoes. Okay, so she's a shoe teller. Okay, so we see at this time, okay, we would trade. Hey, Amethyst, you make me shoes. I'll go hunting and provide food. Okay, so we'll see that type of trading with that. Some Air Jordan 1s.
AJ1s?
All right, so that's the domestic system. But we also see another system that's going to rise throughout time. Shh. Okay, this is how it started, a domestic system. People did things on their own, at their home. Okay, but then time progressed. Okay, we grew, our population grew much higher. Okay, production rate wasn't high enough with just stuff doing on our own. Shh. Okay, so we had to create a building that can mass produce things. Factories. So we're going to see, this factory system. Factory system. Okay, this system did end up, in this age of industry, replace the domestic system, obviously. Okay, they could produce things at a much higher rate. Okay, whether the quality was higher or not. Okay, but the rate was higher. That's all that mattered. Okay, this increased the numbers of people that were employed to produce manufactured goods in a systematic way for wages. Okay, not only did it make the production rate higher, okay, but it also allowed people to have more jobs. Okay, as more people are moving to this new land, this America, okay, put your hand down. We're not talking about it. Dumb question. I'm not answering it. Put it down. All right, so we see more people come. We need more jobs and wages. Okay, so they created this factory system. We're allowed to make more things quicker, and more people had these jobs.
Do you believe in capitalism?
Do I believe in it?
Because there's
No.
people who are like, capitalism is the worst. Capitalism is responsible for the poor people.
Yeah, because
I mean, I don't really think a system is a fault for people failing. I think it's the people's fault. I think anyone can succeed if they truly want to.
Okay, so do you believe in communism?
No. That's complete control.
People don't like besides
I think I'm not saying I believe in capitalism, but I believe a person's success is based on their work ethic. Exactly. Yes. Because that's what it is. You choose to be who you are. Whether I want to be an honest person or a liar. If I want to be someone that is a lawyer or a doctor, I choose. Okay? And if I want to be a thief and criminal, I'm a thief and criminal. You choose what you want to be. Okay? And if you fall, because remember we talked about an idea we talked about in previous chapters. What is the idea when we blame the system? Adrian and Isaac. Shh. Okay, grab your water. Isaac, you don't need to talk. Okay, not deism. Okay, what is the idea? Okay, you don't really have to remember, but what is the idea that is the system's fault? Okay.
the man.
There you go. Romanticism. Okay, it is the belief that it is the system's fault. Hey, if I mess up, if my life is awful, it's the system's fault.
I thought it was fighting the man.
I believe it's the person's fault.
You know the man.
I think the system can affect you sometimes, but I think it's the man's fault. They choose. All right, moving on. Shh.
Coaching tennis got it from everything else.
Moving on. Okay, enclosure movements. Some other things that happened during this time. Again, we're not doing a ton of notes, so let's follow along. Good to see Jeremiah, Giselle, Adam, Yuvia. Okay, Lacey, make sure you put your name in there so I know you're here as well. Okay, but we see this enclosure movement under this age of industry. Okay, this is when the English countryside was redesigned as a home for sheep that were being raised for their wool. Okay, the common lands were closed off. People gradually moved from agriculture to industrial work. Okay, as we were struggling, what does industrial or industrialized mean? Industrialized means to be industrial. Remember looking that up. Okay, industrial, again, industrial just basically means growth in business. Okay, growth in things. That's what industrial is. It's growing, okay, and making more of something. Yes, sir. My dream car, so I have a realistic dream car and an unrealistic dream car. We'll talk about it later. Okay, we'll keep on moving. Okay, but we see as industrial grew, okay, we see industrialism, or the belief of industrial things, also increase. Yes, sir.
Where did they buy stuff? Because it wasn't exactly a Walmart. Did they buy it straight from the factory?
I told you, trade, markets.
Oh, so like the factory.
It'd be marketed just like today, just not on as high of a scale.
So they would get from the factory, then bring it to the markets and then sell it to the market.
There you go.
The market.
Well, a factory would be businesses. Again, it's the same idea of today, just they weren't as big.
Oh.
They were smaller.
So basically just a bunch of small businesses. Oh,
Yes.
something like it's like Walmart.
No, it was a factory, just not like big factories like we have today. They were smaller factories. Shh. No.
I'm on my phone.
Anthus and Avery. No. Okay. And industrialism increased. It rapidly growing populations of industrial nations moved to the cities to find employment in the new factories. Okay, again, as we see these areas grow in industrial things, okay, buildings, factories, whatever, etc. Okay, more jobs because the factory need people to work them, certainly at this time. Nowadays, we're starting to have more robotics, okay, so sometimes less workers. Obviously, that's a debate in itself. Okay, some people think that's wrong, some people think it's better, whatever. I mean, if it's efficient. No, not quite. Okay, but we see this happening in cities becoming cities. Okay, before Chicago was Chicago, it was just land. Okay, now it's a city. Okay, same thing as LA. It's a city now. We see it has grown. Okay, and we're going to see because of this, because of the growth of now these factories, this industrial movement and age, okay, this age of industry, as it kept on growing, okay, there are blessings and curses, or pros and cons, however you want to say it, of a factory system. Okay, and we're going to see some. Everyone good with this note? Okay, the blessings and curses of the factory system. Okay, first we see low wages and poor housing. Okay, if you guys ever go to cities, a lot of times in the heart of the city you have lots of big buildings. Okay, lots of lots of towers, okay, lots of skyscrapers nowadays. Okay, but we see, okay, now if you go to like the lower places, okay, cities get paid more. If you're in different areas, we see lower wages. Okay, certainly at this time, wages would be lower. Okay, and also there's poor housing. Okay, we also see long hours of work. Okay, you would have to work long hours for less. Okay, because before this factory system, okay, if you did kind of your own business, supply and demand, okay, I would make my thing and I would be really good at it and I would sell it. Okay, I could sell it for whatever I wanted. Okay, but now if we have factories and they're mass producing it, things usually they can charge less. Okay, there's lots of them. Again, the quality probably dropped as well. Okay, and we see this happening. Also, we see air and water pollution created by factory waste. Okay, has anyone gone by a factory with the large amounts of smog and smoke? Yes.
You mean the cloud makers?
Yes, there you go. If that's what you call them still, Rick. Okay, we also see factories can be dangerous working areas and environments.
Yeah.
Can be, not always are.
Child labor.
Okay, and at this time, as the age of industry started, okay, a lot of people will start working at a very young age. Okay, if you go and talk to someone that is, okay, maybe not quite in California quite as much, okay, but maybe talk to someone that's like 60, 70 years old in that time frame, okay, a lot of them did not finish high school. Okay, because they wouldn't finish high school, but rather at the age of 12 to 14, they would go and start working in these factories. Not at this time.
Can I do that? Like 70s or 80s.
Oh no, yes, it was before that as well, but I know people that were 60 and 70, yes.
All plants are 60s and they
Not everyone, that's what I said, not everyone. And in the West Coast, not as much. In the Midwest and East, okay, some people that age, yes, even older. Okay, but we see in that time frame, age of industry, okay, people would not finish high school. Okay, some of them finished high school later on in their life. They got their GED later on. Okay, but we see they would just go to work. Okay, they would maybe have to provide for their family or do this. So what would they do? They would go to the factory and they would work. Okay, at a very young age. Nowadays, you can't even do that. It's not legal to work at that age. Okay, we see that has changed a little bit. Okay, a few other. No, because it's for safety there, Austin. You can do different jobs, but not that. Yes, sir.
So, like, question with like a private company, you said they they would hire people at a lower age. Is that legal?
I mean, not really, no. You have to be a certain age for most companies. Most companies, it's like 16 or 17. Certainly for jobs like that there's more safety precautions. It's an insurance thing as well. Okay, a company doesn't want to have to cover a minor for insurance, rather than if you're older, they don't have to pay as much. Less liability. Okay, we also see a few more. Okay, in Europe, many farmers rented their land and worked like feudal serfs. Okay, but they found it more profitable to leave the farms and work in these cities. Okay, there was more work to do. Okay, because of this, these jobs increasing, okay, obviously started with low wages in certain areas, okay, but we see real wages, okay, they increase. These are the wages that are compared to the cost of living. Okay, the real wages increase. Supply and demand. You need workers, you pay them. Okay, and if you're paying people and then you want better workers, guess what you have to do? Okay, you have to increase your guidelines, which would make you have less workers and you'd pay them more. Okay, then we see lastly, the people could afford to buy more and better things than they ever had before. Okay, they were working a lot more and being paid a lot more consistently. Okay, rather than, hey, say I'm a tanner, okay, and I skin things and I make clothes out of them.
Cruella de Vil's henchmen and
A little bit. Okay, say I tan clothes, I get skins, and I make clothes. Okay, well, as my business, I would make them and then I would sell them, right? Okay, and your money would only come from the sales. Okay, obviously we still see stuff like that today in different ways. Okay, but during this time, people are like, hey, instead of doing that and waiting for an income, I'm going to do a job where I'm working a lot of hours. I'm just having a constant income weekly or bi-weekly. Okay, as some of those things weren't a thing back then. Sometimes it was daily. Sometimes you get paid daily, certainly if you're younger.
Where did they come up with the dollar?
It's already made.
Really?
Yeah.
Wait, so why?
We're in the 17 to 1800s, so it's already made.
So they came. Then why did they trade? Why did they just buy some up until they started trading?
It's just what they did, dude.
because trading is easier and more
It's just what they did. Again, the trading was like right before the age of industry. That was like how it started, the domestic system. In this age of industry, we see this factory system come to be. That's why we're talking about it. Okay, we see these different things. Lastly, we talked about how people could afford more things as they had more money. Okay, which brings us to the Industrial Revolution began in England's textile factories. That was a question last night in your homework. What is a textile? Did you guys find out?
fabric.
There you go. Okay, it is fabric factories.
Why wouldn't you just say that? Why wouldn't you just say that?
Because I don't know, they want to test your mind. Make you learn a new word.
Why is it a trick?
I feel like textiles would be like
Okay,
the
textile-
stuff on the ground.
Nope. Okay, those are fabric factories. Okay, clothing. That was a big thing at this time. Okay, as clothing has changed throughout the years. Okay, just a few more notes and we are done for today. Okay, we see in 1733. Make sure you guys are doing notes because we may do a notebook check this week.
No.
Yes, I will, certainly, because I see a lot of people not taking them. Okay, 1733, John Kay invented the flying shuttle, okay, which allowed one person to weave bolts of cloth before two had been needed. Okay, this meant that cloth could be woven faster than thread could be spun. Okay, yes, sir.
The homework was page 280,
Yes, sir. You should have already done it.
I did.
There you go.
There wasn't any question that said, was a textile. There wasn't any such question.
Oh, I don't know. Someone read it yesterday. I didn't read the question. Someone mentioned it yesterday, so I just thought it was one of your questions.
Number 2, name 5 inventions that improve the textile industry.
It doesn't say what is a textile.
Well, yeah, we
But it
know
mentioned a
what
textile. You have to know what it is
textile
to mention it. All right, so again, basically, this man, John Kay, as we see in this age of industry, okay, these people are inventors now. Okay, he's like, hey, okay, I'm paying, we're almost done. Say I'm paying Jaden and Lena. Okay, they're weaving clothes. They're weaving clothes. All right, but then I make this system that he made, it's called the flying shuttle. Okay, where I have invented something where only one person is needed to do the job and they can do it faster than 2 people can do it. Okay, so what we're going to do is, yes, we're going to do less workers. So say this whole room, I hired this whole room before I had the flying shuttle.
I'm a manager.
Now John Kay came. Okay, it doesn't matter, I'm the boss, whether you're a manager or not. Okay, I'm the boss. Okay, and then I'm like, oh, we have this machine. We're going to buy, how many would that be? 4 machines, and I'm going to keep Jaden, Lena, Derek, and Amethyst. Sorry, Avery, Doug, and Gabby, you're fired. Okay, But this is what's going to happen. This is what happens even today. Guys. Adrian, guys, we're almost done. Quiet. You've done so well till the end. Okay, we see this happening under these people inventing things, okay, which make jobs, again, harder to get sometimes, but you're going to see the increase of income. Okay, moving on. This is in 1733. In 1764, James Hargreaves invented the spinning jenny. Most of you probably have heard of that, maybe. Okay, which automatically spun fiber into thread. Okay, its shortcoming was the flax had to be mixed with cotton in order to get the thread to spin properly. Cotton alone was too coarse. Okay, so we see people increasing their different systems. Hey, who can make it the best? Okay, because again, if I have a factory, and let's say Andrew has a factory, and Austin has a factory, okay, we're all competing with each other. Hey, who can be the best at what we do? Okay, so we're creating new things. Okay, we all know I would win because I'm a winner. Shh. In 1769, Richard Arkwright invented the water-powered spinning frame, okay, on which cotton alone could be spun into thread. Okay, so again, throughout this time, 33, from 1733, okay, to 44? Can't remember. 64. And then 69. We see the different people make these different systems, okay, to allow them to do better at their job. Okay, that is the last note of today. Okay, we're going to talk about more of this tomorrow, more people. Okay, know those names, know the dates, know what they made. Okay, those are important for homework. For homework. It's not the right book.
Coach, we have 2 varsity games. Okay? Chill.
And you also have an hour ride there and an hour ride back, so you can finish it easily.
You better want to know it. That van shakes so much. Even if I'm not doing homework, I still get close. I'm sleeping in the van.
It makes my tummy upset and spaghetti.
Yeah.
Aww. I would feel bad, but I've had to be in a van for 19 hours, so for basketball, so. All right, here we go. Shh. Quiet, Adrian, quiet. Do page 280. Page 280. 6 through 11 all. Page 280. Section 2 review, 6 through 11 all, not 5. Okay, name 200 or page 280, section 2 review, questions 6 through 11 all. You guys may be dismissed to lunch. Make sure you get that homework done. If your homework's not done, you do get a 0. Make sure you turn in your other homework from last night. Okay, we will see you again, distant learners, tomorrow. Let me know if you have any questions. We'll see you tomorrow.
All right, get out your textbooks, get out your notes. Let's go ahead and get started. Let me turn this down because that is clipping something fierce. And, oh, that's when the audio sounds like super garbage because it's going in too hot. All right, sorry, too loud. Good for you. All right, we're on page 126. Go ahead and get out your homework that was supposed to be due yesterday and silence yourselves. Yeah, well, you know. All right. And we're going to finish up the last proof of chapter 2 so that we can finally move on to chapter 3. Oh, goodness. So far in. Yes. Okay. So we're on number 19. Douglas, sit down and zip it. Nah. Make sure quiz 21 is turned in if you have not yet done so. Also, if you still have quiz 20 and want to throw that in, you can as well. Homework is... due at the end of class because I'm going over the last proof right now. Yep, hi.
If you haven't done it, you still turn in.
If you haven't done it, it's a 0, so.
Oh, I thought this was the actual credit quiz.
No. That's quiz 20.
Oh my
That's
gosh.
quiz from all of you.
Yeah,
Well, no, like, doesn't quiz 20 go on this?
Yeah.
But,
Andrew.
Quiz 21 is required.
yeah.
You should probably have it done, seeing as it was due today. Okay, anyway, moving on. Let's look at number 19, which has 10 steps. The diagram is in your textbook, so I don't have to recreate it here. Yay. Okay, I don't know what that was about, but we're going to move on. Sure.
I forgot to put the giving, which is step 1. I'm so stupid.
There, okay.
No wonder I was in the
Guys, quiet down. Let's focus, please. All right, number 1, we have our given. And it's actually spelled out for us in the textbook. So we have isosceles, triangle, oh goodness, equation. You know what, let me go ahead and go full screen. What in the world? There we go. Okay. Isosceles triangle ABC with AC equal to BC, and ED perpendicular. That's not the right one.
How come you don't put C above?
Because we need to know because this is our homework.
Oh.
And it's not above on the paper.
I just wrote it up here and changed the number, sorry.
No, it's fine.
No,
No.
I can use C above if I just wrote it. Like, it's right there. I can just look up at it. If you're writing your proof on a separate sheet of paper from where your given was, you need to write out the given. Okay?
Yep.
All right, so, actually, you know what? I'm going to do this so it fits on one line. What do you mean that doesn't still fit? There we go. Okay. Number 2. All right, so we have all that as given. Number 2, if I have perpendicular lines, what else do I have? No. Right angles, thank you. What do you mean parallel line? No, if we have perpendiculars, we have right angles. Angle FDA and angle EDB are right angles by definition of perpendicular.
Hey, you could have done ADF and that would have been in alphabetical order. Why didn't you?
Because I'm copying it straight from the book. All right, if I have right angles, what else do I have?
Right triangle.
Right triangles. So delta ADF, just to trigger Amethyst now. Delta BDE are right triangles, also because the book did. Look, if you start trying to understand everything Abeka has done in any one of their proofs, you're going to be here a long time. All right, number 4. Okay, anyway, let me see here. Number 4. What? Oh, I have right triangles, so that means the opposite pairs of angles in each triangle are complementary. Does that make sense? So, that means because I only have a right angle left. Okay, so that means angle FAD and angle AFD are complementary, and angle EBD and angle BED are complementary as well. Because in any right triangle, the two acute angles are complementary. I'm thinking. Chill.
I'm definitely sure I did something wrong very bad in my second quiz on the quiz. Like somehow I ended up with side, and I'm pretty sure that's not right.
BD and BED are complementary. FAD is equal to what? This actually hurts my head. Oh, we have an isosceles triangle, so what does that mean about the base angles? Equal. So we have angle FAD is equal to angle EBD.
Base angles and isosceles triangle are equal.
Chill, people. All right. Now, if I have complements of equals, those also have to be equal. So I can say then that angle AFD is equal to angle BED. One day I'll learn how to spell angle. Oh my goodness. Why didn't you convert? There we go. Sorry, I didn't hit the space bar. All right. Because complements of equal angles are equal. AFD is a complement of FAD. BED is a complement of EBD. Okay? Yep. So that means they're equal as well. So then by substitution, what are we substituting? Nope, just kidding.
Angle FAD.
Nope. I'm one step ahead. My bad. Wait, what did you say?
Angle FAD equals angle BED.
No.
Angle AFD equals angle EBD.
No. Stop. Okay. Hold on. That's not how this works. All right, angle FAD. No. AFD is equal to EFC because we have vertical angles. Oops, I did that wrong. Hold on. 7. No, that's right.
Dude, I didn't even know that there was a C or an F.
Oh.
Don't do that.
Okay. Number 8, then by substitution, I can now say that BED and EFC are equal, seeing as they both equal AFD.
Okay. Why don't you just say angle bed? It makes you sound like...
Because I learned very quickly not to read out acronyms of angles.
Am I right, boys?
Why did you change it? You had angle FED and then you changed it.
What?
She definitely said.
So now BED and EFC. Wait, what? Okay. So because those two angles are equal, then EF must equal. No, just kidding. FC must equal EC because they're opposite those angles.
FC equals E.
So FC equals EC because sides opposite equal angles in a triangle are equal. Well, if FC equals EC and I was told to prove CEF isosceles, well, I'm done. So delta CEF
I'm so impressed.
is isosceles by definition of isosceles. And hallelujah, we're done. Okay.
Yeah, we were struggling so hard on this. Mr. S was just like definition of isosceles over. We're like, oh.
All right, unit 3. Let's go to page 132. Hallelujah. Page 132.
Die.
Shush.
Die.
End of this.
Sorry.
You first.
Do you want us to put it in?
Yay!
At the end of class. Right now we need to get to 3.1.
Copied it all down.
Okay, cool. Just hang on to it until the end of class. All right. 3.1 arcs. This will be the end of this document now that that is all complete. Do I have? I don't think so, but let me look. Geometry. I don't have anything until Unit 4. Yay. There's like a gap because then last year we went to distance learning, so then I had to start making slides again. So anyway, so 3.1. Dealing with arcs. Circle properties from the definitions found in section 1.15. The following properties of circles may be inferred or easily proved. Let me go through here and create, let's see here. What section has the test after it? I think it's 3.8. Hold on, let me look. It's like the one class I haven't finished my lesson plans yet. Yeah, 3.8. So let me just create a new document. Yes, a new document. Okay, where is this thing saved? Geometry. Create and share. 3.1 to 3.8 notes and proofs. Okay, again, I will share this on Google Classroom. It's not there yet, obviously, but I will get to that in a moment. All right, fair enough?
What did I just miss?
I just created a new document for your guys' notes.
Well, I was on Google Docs anyway. Heyo, right?
Oh, that's rough. Okay. 3.1 to 3.8 notes and proofs. We are in 3.1 arcs. This is basically what I'm doing instead of slides. All right. Properties of circles to be used in proofs. That's why we're going through this right now, okay? Every one of these you're going to become very, 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 very familiar with, okay? So,
Holy crap. Okay, I'm highlighting.
okay. First of all, in the same circle, or in congruent circles, all radii are equal and all diameters are equal. Notice that the plural of radius is not radiuses, it's radii. Okay. Also, throwing this out there, okay, you can say just the piece of this you need. So, for example, if I'm just trying to say all radii are equal in the same circle, I can just say in the same circle all radii are equal. Okay. What I can never put is all radii are equal because that's a false statement.
So you can put like all radii are equal in the same circle, or you can do it.
Yeah, that's fine.
Do you have to put the diameters, or can you exclude the diameters?
If you're only talking about radii, you can just say radii. If you're only, you can take the piece you need as long as it's still true.
As long as you have the first part.
Right.
And then clause.
Yeah. And again, you can use whichever half of this clause you need. So like if you're in the same circle, you can just say in the same circle, or if you're in congruent circles, you can say that as well. If you need both pieces, say both pieces. All right, circles having equal radii or equal diameters are congruent. Again, you'll have the notes. Huh? Yeah, it's also in your book, yeah. You're going to have the access to this on Google Classroom. All right, so circles having equal radii or equal diameters are congruent. Thirdly, if the centers of two congruent circles, which lie in the same plane, are made to coincide, the circles will coincide. I'm aware of the typo. I'm going to fix it. It's just coincide is one of those words.
So if circles are congruent, that means they should overlap when placed on top of each other.
Yeah, basically. Again, a lot of this is duh, but we're going to use these phrases a lot, so we're establishing them now.
I don't like circles. Put them away.
Okay. A point is, okay, listen to this one, because this one is a duh statement once you know it. Okay? A point is within a circle, on a circle, or outside a circle, according as its distance. No, I'm done. Okay. Depending on its distance, if it's less than, equal to, or greater than the radius. Okay, I'm not going to go through and state all that.
A point is within a circle, on the circle, or outside a circle.
Which is very necessary. We need to say that because it's very important when we're establishing where something is, especially when we start talking about loci. All right, with a given point at center. No, I'm not saying this. This is postulate 4. Okay, with a given point as center and a given line as radius, one and only one circle can be drawn. That is, the circle is determined by these parts. Okay, throwing that out there. So anytime we need to prove congruent circles or something like that, it's actually pretty straightforward to do. As long as you have the same radius or same diameter, you have congruent circles because there's nothing else to the shape. Okay. Now, I want to make a nuance very clear.
Nuance?
Yes, there's a nuance to circles that I need to make very clear.
What's a nuance? Sorry.
I actually don't know. A subtle difference in or shade of meaning, expression, or sound. There you go.
I legit thought he was mad. When you paused for that long amount of time, I thought you were angry.
No, I'm like, it's a good question. I have no idea how to define it. I know what it is. You know what I mean? Like,
I literally don't know what that means at all.
Even the side you
yeah, no, anyway, no, I'm just going, how do I define it?
Sounds like a cheat.
It's just a minor detail that, like, it's important
It's an important minor detail.
that most people overlook. So here's where I'm going to go with this circles. The center of a circle, and this is key.
It's always the center.
No,
Oh, wait, Mr. S, can I hear
stop talking. The center of a circle is not part of the circle. The center of a circle is not on the circle. The center of the circle is how we name a circle. It's how we define a circle. It is not part of the circle. The circle is only the shape of the boundary.
That makes sense.
The center is not part of the circle. So if we have circle O, point O is not on the circle.
Wait, so we basically invented point O so that we could talk about circle O. Like we.
It's, well, kind of, but it exists. It's part of the definition of circle O. It's necessary. It's just not part of the circle. Okay? If you look at the diagram on page 132, points A, B, C, and D are all on the circle. Point O is not, because point O is the center. Okay, let's make sure we're not talking. Okay? It might feel like, guys, it might feel like some of this stuff is like basic. I'll get to your question in a minute. It might feel like some of this stuff is basic, but you guys cannot be talking over this because there's a lot of nuance and subtlety here that you're going to miss if you keep talking over me. Pay attention, face the front, be on page 132, please.
Serious question.
Yes?
So that's what it means when it says a point is within a circle, on a circle, or outside. Wait, what?
That's part of this, yes. Okay? But again, keep in mind that center is within the circle, but it is not on the circle. It's a major, it's like a key thing to get straight. Now, congruent arcs in the same circle or incongruent circles. So if you're not in the same circle or congruent circles, you cannot have congruent or equal arcs. Okay? These are arcs that can be made to coincide throughout. Congruent arcs will be referred to as equal arcs in this textbook because there's nothing to differentiate between equal or congruent with arcs.
Mr. S, may I go heat up my lunch? We're leaving at like 12:10.
No, you'll be fine. Class doesn't end until 12:40. You're fine. Or 11:40, I mean. You got like half an hour still. All right. Whatever the note is, put it away, or it's mine. And I read it on stream.
Put it away.
Okay? Because you guys, A, aren't being subtle, and B, you're straight up being you're just being rude and ignoring me, and I don't appreciate it. That we only have a 40-minute class. No, we only have a 40-minute class period. I do not appreciate my time being wasted. Now, page 132. So help me. Face the front, page 132. Look in your books. What do you need? No.
Should I close the blinds?
How about we just actually look at our textbooks?
So no one's closing the
Thank you. Now, following conclusions can be made if the endpoints of two arcs of the same circle or if congruent circles can be made to coincide. The arcs are equal, for all the other points must coincide. If two arcs of a circle are equal, their endpoints can be made to coincide. Okay, those again are does statements, but we need them. The only reason why I really copied these ones into the document are because they're ones we're going to be using all the time. Very quick thing about terminology. A minor arc is an arc less than a semicircle. So in your diagram on page 132, AB is a minor arc, BC is a minor arc, but not AC. Does that make sense? Okay. They're the segment of the circle moving around. They're not line segments, though. So instead of sides, we have arcs.
So it would be like, okay, see like this one? Do you see it? Do you see that?
Just look at the bottom of page 132. Okay, AB, that distance there. If you follow the circle, that's a minor arc. BC is a minor arc because it's less than a semicircle. A semicircle is half a circle.
How do you know that it wouldn't be like this way?
Good question. I'm about to go through it. Okay. Arc AC, whichever way you take that, is a semicircle because it's exactly half the circle. A major arc is an arc greater than a semicircle. So here's how I often word this. In the drawing, we say AB is a minor arc, but ADB is a major arc. If you're going the long way around, you need to specify another point in the middle.
What if you did like, did you do ADCB or just AC?
No, you just pick one. If you're just given 2 points, you assume the shorter of the two distances. If you're specifying a direction, it's assumed to be the major arc. Finally, angle AOB is what we call a central angle of the circle. In other words, it is formed by two radii. Remember, every diameter is just a double radius. Okay, it's a radius going in both directions. An angle is said to intercept the arc cut off between its sides, and the arc is said to subtend or determine the angle. Okay, those are very important verbs. We will use them quite heavily in this class. Okay, so if we say intercept, the angle intercepts the arc. Okay, the arc subtends or determines the angle. So in the drawing, angle AOB intercepts arc AB. Arc AB subtends or determines angle AOB. We tend to use the words intercept and subtend most often because we do.
Because like they say an angle is to intercept the arc, is because it's like right between the 2 points.
It's cutting off the 2 points as it goes through.
Sorry.
No, it's a math term, so like I've only ever like heard it in that term. I've never thought of defining the word.
Sorry, my brain was different, my bad. I feel like it's easier to understand if you know what the word means.
Yeah, it basically just means it determines an angle. That is its definition. It doesn't have an outside math definition.
Very helpful.
Glad to help. All right, exercises 3.1. Let's go to number 5. Okay. Because it's fun.
Just started learning about symbols.
So circle 5 diagram is in your textbook on page 133. Okay. So we have exercises 3.1 at number 5. Whoops.
Mr. Ashley, I have a question.
Yes.
Number 1, which is our homework, is describe the method used to make.
Number 1's not your homework. Number 6 is your homework.
Oh. Okay.
Okay. Anyway, this one here has 7 steps, so I need 8 lines.
Is that due tomorrow?
Yes.
Are we going to be doing more like each day homework?
Yes, however, it's not going to count for a grade each day. Basically, what I will do is combine multiple of them into one grade. So you guys are going to turn it in Google Classroom, or I'll note something down in Google Classroom, and then it'll build up over time. I actually might go through and separate it into a certain number of points per assignment. I haven't figured that out yet. I'm still working on it. Yes. Yes.
Since number 6 is an indirect proof, do we have to listen to the analysis, or can we like?
No, you just go through the proof. Okay. It's an indirect proof paragraph. We'll talk more about it in a minute. Let's look at number 5, please. A diameter of a chord is greater than any other chord. The diameter of a circle is greater than any other chord in the circle. In the drawing below, Oh, I'm sorry, did I not define that?
Definitely not.
Okay, a chord is, we defined it in chapter 1, that's why. It's been a while. A chord is any line with both endpoints on the circle. Okay. A diameter is a chord that passes through the center.
Could an arc be a chord?
No, an arc is a curve.
Oh, it has to be straight.
Chord is a straight line, yes. It's a good follow-up question. All right, so we have there in the diagram, we are proving that AB is greater than AC. So that's the goal. Let's go through our given. We are given that we have circle O, diameter AB, and any other chord AC. Because if it ended up being the diameter, then it can't be greater than itself. Because the diameter is a chord. Does that make sense? So we say any other chord. I'm going to remove the and. There we go. That makes it fit. All right. So number 2. Okay. I'm going to draw an assisting line as indicated by the diagram. I'm going to draw OC. And now I have a triangle. All right, so.
Wait, hold on. Draw OC.
Huh?
Aren't we proving circles by drawing triangles?
Not necessarily all the time, but this time, yes.
Okay, so number 1, we're giving circle O, diameter AB. So if it says it's the diameter, that basically means we know that each side is half, right?
Yes.
And then what does it mean, any other chord AC? What's that mean?
Again, a diameter is a chord. So we're saying anything that's not the diameter. All right, number 3. Very quickly, because I have a triangle.
What are we trying to prove?
Again, I'm trying to prove that AB is longer than AC. And no, you can't just look at it. All right, so AO plus OC must be greater than AC. Just the sum of any two sides of a triangle is greater than the third side. Okay. Now, in number 4, AO plus OB is equal to AB. Why?
How many steps are in this?
7. Yeah. Okay, now, OB has to equal OC. Why? Nope.
Algebraic simplification.
Nope. OC hasn't been mentioned yet. Except for step 3, but that's not relevant for equality.
Oh, I thought a triangle.
Isn't it exterior angle?
You guys, think about a circle. Look at OC. What is OC?
Oh, it's a chord.
Nope.
No, it's a radius.
It's a radius. Hey, OB is also what? A radius. Okay? All radii are in a circle. All radii are equal. Because it's implied I'm in the same circle. I can if you want.
Yes, please. That will very clarify
Okay.
a lot.
Sure. All right, so now I can substitute AO plus OB is greater than AC. Now looking at step 3.
Oh, combining 3.
Wait, what? Nope, I'm sorry. Nope, I did it. Nope, I'm doing the wrong thing. Technically, mine would have worked, but it doesn't matter. AO plus OC equals AB by substitution. You guys are right. Again, mine would have worked. It might have been an extra step, though. Number 7, then that means AB is greater than AC by substitution.
Wait, you can do substitution right one after the other?
As long as it's different steps, yeah. So like in 6, technically the full reason, we just shortcut it, is substitution from step 5 into step 4. Like if we wanted to be proper, from step 6 into step 3. Does that make sense? Like technically, yes, it's different reasons. We just don't care.
Yeah. Sorry, just wondering.
Okay. So,
I just made bad. For some reason, I got side, side, side. Don't even know how that happened. No, I had side, angle, side, angle, side. I had 3 sides and 2 angles. And Gabby's like, you proved too much. Oh, so now we're in chapter 3, right?
yep.
Yay.
Yep, you guys can create a new section. But added to proven statements, the diameter of a circle is greater than any other chord.
Stop.
And your homework tonight, guys, homework tonight is exercises 3.1, number 6, which is an indirect paragraph proof.
Can you shorten diameter or no?
What? If anything, dia.
That also means 2.
No, that's die. Just di.
Also knows vocabulary. Dang it.
Okay, let me. All right, does anyone still need the screen?
Yes.
Okay.
I just didn't hear.
You're fine. I'm just looking at the clock. I'm just. No, I'm just. All right, make sure that you guys have turned in quiz 21 and homework 2.34 to 2.37. That does need to be turned in at some point this calendar day. So if you're a distance learner, turn it in. Okay, that needs to be done really
Sorry.
soon.
This was already used, so, but I have them all. I can staple them.
Okay. I mean, sure, if you want to really chop off 2 letters.
Or you could just draw a circle. Honestly, at first I was debating on whether or not to write it down. Like, maybe I should.
Okay. And finally, one last thought. This is going to get put up onto Google Classroom here in just a moment, once I actually have to do so. Is everyone done with the screen? Yes, no, maybe? Okay. Let me see here. Yeah, make sure your stuff's turned in. Again, tonight is a paragraph proof, an indirect proof. Let me go through here and just throw this in Google Classroom.
What's that?
Oh, actually, recent. What? In a minute.
Can you help us start the indirect proof?
Okay. No. Yeah. Okay, sure. Suppose circle O is cut in 3 points by line S. There you go. Suppose circle O is, yeah, your first sentence there is suppose circle O is cut in 3 points A, B, and C by line S. All right, that document has.
Not you, Mr. Them. You're talking. I'm trying to get this down.
A, B, and S or A, B, and C?
Suppose circle O is cut in 3 points by. Oh. Don't do me. A, B, C. What if it's not exactly the way that yours is? And is line S capitalized? S capitalized?
No, lowercase. Diagram is on page 133. I highly suggest using it. Okay. All right, that should be it, I think. Yep. Tomorrow we'll talk about equal arcs and chords. I'll see you guys later. Yes?
Can I take a picture of the homework on 2.3 and 2.34 to 2.37? This because I have it on the notebook.
Yeah, that's fine. All right, distance learners, we'll see you guys later.
Okay, hello DLs. Just handed out quiz 18 to the class. Mainly did that quickly because the boys are leaving here in about 15-20 minutes. So go ahead and start, do your quiz 18, and then I'll just put you on interruption and then come back when we're done, and then you can finish on your time schedule, okay? Just make sure I get it back, okay? See you in just a little bit. Okay. DLs were done, so get yours done as soon as possible. Please stop. Elijah.
Oh, that takes my parents now.
And Ricky. And Sophia. Yes, I said. Yes, I said. Okay. Okay. Talking about electric current today. Got about 10 minutes for the guys. Okay. Shh. Well, we'll see. Okay. Take my time. I'm going to take some of your time. How about that? Okay. Electrons in motion. We talked about at the beginning with static electricity, and generally that's what's in the clouds when a thunderstorm comes. But as a thunderstorm develops a strong negative charge, the charge remains almost stationary, okay, on the cloud, because it should be it, because the excess electrons do not move, okay? So everything is there stationary in the clouds, just being bombarded by each other, ramming into each other, creating that electrical charge that's in the clouds, okay? And eventually, you know what's going to happen. You get your thunderbolts and everything else going on. But in the clouds, you got this stationary electrical charge going. The charge eventually becomes strong enough to overcome the resistance of the air, and then suddenly begins to move. A massive current of electrons flows from the clouds to the ground as a bolt of lightning. The original charge of the cloud is what we call static electricity. The lightning bolt represents the different forms of electricity because it consists of the moving electrical charge. And so the flow of electrons or other charged particles from one place to another is what we call current electricity. Now, electricity is either static electricity or it's current electricity, depending upon if the electrons are at rest or if they're in motion. Austin, put it away. Now, so you have direct and you have alternating currents that happen. Current electricity is divided into these two types depending on how it flows. So first of all, you got your direct, or what we call the DC. Electricity that flows in only one direction without reversing. Okay. Therefore, alternating would be electricity that flows first in one direction and then the other, reversing at a regular interval. AC can be produced, transmitted over long distances much more easily than DCs because of the direct current typically loses energy faster. Okay? AC is the type of energy or current used in our homes in America. So DC is one direction, alternating, starts one, goes the other way. So it's going in both directions. The reason electrons move from one place to another, okay, is because of the attraction and repulsion between the electric charges. So if a positive charge and a negative charge are applied to opposite ends of a metal rod, the negatively charged electrons in the rod will be repelled from the negative and attracted to the positive, and according to the law of electric charge. This attraction as repulsion is drift through the rod toward the electricity becomes static electric current. And the current only exists for a fraction of a second before the electricity becomes static again. The flow of electrons from the negative end to the positive end of the rod quickly equalizes that electrical charge. So if the electric charges at one end of the rod are constantly replenished, an electron current flows through the rod. Any device, like a battery, that can be constantly replenished with an electric charge can serve as a source for that electric current. So you have it moving, therefore it's going to deplete someplace along the line. Okay? But keep in mind, the energy is just flowing from one or changing from one form to another. Okay. We'll hesitate right here, guys. You are dismissed. There is? Okay, let's get them then. Voltage. Shh. This is the work per unit charge done to move an electric field. Voltage equals the energy gained or lost per that unit charge. And so voltage can be considered the pressure with which an electric current flows. So volt is the SI unit of voltage. Shh. You got this formula or equation. IV, 1 volt equals 1 joule of coulomb, equal to performing 1 joule of work to move 1 coulomb of charge through an electric field. It was named after Alessandro Volta, the Italian scientist and pioneer in the study of electricity, who invented the battery. Okay? And see, when you cooperate, we can get done a lot quicker. Your homework tonight is just to read 223 to 225. Okay? Making sure that you're getting all your homework caught up, basketball players especially, getting it turned in. Okay? DLs, wanted to kind of rush through that a little bit more today because the basketball's leaving. So, again, we have a short class period. So, get you a Starbucks, get you a Frappuccino, or whatever you want to do. Go to McDonald's, get a nice coffee, okay, or a Coke or something. Okay, we'll see you later. I wish they'd learn to put
But this is not a week off. This is it's like.
Yeah, I know. The guys' tournament is these 2 days.
Oh, okay.
So our tournament was going to be either these 2 days, but then they called us saying it might be on this day, and it's like, and then like this day and this day. So Mr. Cole's like still trying to figure out the
So if you guys win, you don't have to pay this day.
Yeah, like it's the tournament's this day, and like we win, we want to have to play. But if they won one and we won one, then our championship game would be on this day. But Mr. Core doesn't really want to have it this day because like some of the girls like I think said that they were gonna go on vacation, but he's so he might try to change it to like these 2 days.
Because everyone will be here for school.
Yeah, but honestly, I don't think anybody on the girls team is leaving. So I don't mind having it on this day because some of the other girls don't want to have it on that day. So.
Why? Just because it's up?
Why'd you turn on the camera when I was up here? Or you could at least warn me.
Okay. Did everyone take their quiz yesterday? Okay. Okay. Just take a sheet of paper and write it down. It's Filipenses 1:21, right? Okay. Porque para mí el vivir es Cristo y el morir es ganancia. Okay, and everyone was here to take it or no?
No, I wasn't.
You wasn't here. You weren't here yesterday? Okay, so go ahead and take it then. Write it down. Okay, everyone else, you can start taking out your books to let's review page 73 and 74. And then 75 to 76. And we might go all the way to 78 because it's talking about the family. And those are pretty easy, pretty common, yeah, that I'm pretty sure you've heard at some point of your time. Page 73 and 74 right now. Yeah. The IR verbs. Ir. Vivir. Escribir. 73. Yes. I'll wait for you to finish your quiz though. You didn't go with them. Oh. Oh, that's right. Yeah. Sorry. Yeah. We were sitting together. Why not? If it's on the 19th and it's I can do it. But if it's like during weekdays and you guys play early, then I can't. Why not? I'm a screamer. Like I scream, right, Andrew? Right. Ask Andrew how I can be in games. What? What did? And there was me. Huh? How? How is that mean? No, it's because like they were missing. I'm like, it's okay. You get it next time. So close.
I want someone to cheers on.
Oh yeah. Okay, page 73. IR verbs. Everyone, let's read them in English, then we'll read them in Spanish. We already went over these, and this is like the ER verbs. Remember how we add it? We add IR at the end, and then change the whole word to Spanish, okay? So let's read it 1 through 10 in English, and then we'll read them in Spanish, okay? To write, To live, to open, to okay. Now in Spanish, okay? I'll say it first in Spanish and then you guys repeat so you can hear how to pronunciation, okay? Okay, number 1. Escribir, vivir, abrir, decidir, permitir, recibir, asistir, cubrir, descubrir, y prohibir. Okay, remember, don't say prohibir because that's not right, okay? H is very silent in Spanish. We do not use H. I honestly don't even know why we use H, but we do. Because it has like no sound. It has... Yes, exactly. It's exactly... That's exactly right. Like, I don't even know why we have it, so... But in English, it makes sense. You have it as... We don't even have it as nothing, okay? Yes. Okay, now let's read it again. 1 to 10, okay? Escribir, vivir, abrir, decidir, permitir, recibir, asistir, descubrir, and prohibir. Okay. How do you say to open? Abrir. Okay. To attend. Asistir. Receive. Recibir. To write. To prohibit. What is it? No, not prohibir. Prohibir. Prohibir, okay? So, my best friend, she's from Mexico, but she grew up in the States, and every time she would say prohibit in Spanish, I would get so upset and like, no es prohibir, es prohibir. And she knew it. She just always did it on purpose. So please don't do it, okay? To permit. Permit. Permitir. That's to prevent. To prevent is prevenir. To permit. Okay. To decide. To discover. Who would like to discover $1,000? So convenient. Okay. To cover. Cubrir. And, okay, I think we went over those already. Okay, page 75. When? Cuando? When? Cuando? Okay, let's read them in English really quick. 1 to 10. Ready? On time. Late behind time. Late at night. Before school. At the beginning of school. During school. At the end of school. Okay. I'm going to read them in numerical order in Spanish, okay? Ready? So number 1. Muy temprano por la mañana. Temprano. A tiempo. Tarde. Muy tarde por la noche. Antes de la escuela. Al principio de la escuela. Durante la escuela. Al final de la escuela. Y después de la escuela. Okay? Girls, if you're going to be talking, just lower your voice, okay? If you want to be part of the class, that's up to you, but please don't be a distraction, okay? So, let's read them again in Spanish, 1 through 10. Okay, this might be a little confusing because you repeat the same word, you just use it in a different way, okay? So if you use it, just be careful because if you use it in the wrong way, you may be saying something different, okay? So, muy temprano por la mañana. Say it with me. Number 1. Muy temprano por la mañana. Again, muy temprano por la mañana. What is mañana? It could be, but in this case is what? Morning, okay? Mañana can be tomorrow, can be morning, okay? What is temprano? Early, okay? What is a tiempo? On time. A tiempo. Tiempo is time. Yes. Rápido is faster. Okay. That's pretty good. Okay, tarde. Late. Muy tarde por la noche. Really late at night, okay? What is Nate? What is Nate? Night. Noche, okay? What is late? What is muy? Very, okay? So when you see the word muy, that's very. That means we're exaggerating a little bit more, okay? Muy. Muy tarde por la noche, very late at night. Antes de la escuela? Antes de la escuela? Al principio de la escuela? I'm trying to think, al principio de la escuela. I don't think I would ever use that phrase. Antes de la escuela. But yeah, it's the same thing. It's the same thing. Oh, okay, yeah. So al principio, yeah. Yeah, al principio, okay. Durante la escuela is what? Al final de la escuela y después de la escuela. Okay. Yeah, yes, it's after school, okay? Okay, I'll say them in English, you say them in Spanish, okay? Okay. Early in the morning? Before school? Early ahead of time? What is it? Early? Temprano, yes. At the beginning of school? What is it? De la escuela. On time? On time? A tiempo, okay? During? Late? At the end of school? Late at night? And then after school? Ellie's gonna give us the actual accent how we say it. Say it. How do we say it when someone's learning English? Escuela. That's how people that are barely learning Spanish sound like to us. Right? Okay. Page 77. Okay, how many of you know a few of these ones? Good job, Lena! Yes! Jesse, what about you? Page 77. Do you know a few of these in Spanish? Yes? Yes! Jesse also knows them. Okay, what about Noé? Are you okay? Oh boy. Come on, wake up. Do you know any of these ones? Father and mother? Okay. Okay, let's go ahead and say them in English really quick, okay? Bubulubu? They can't. Bubalu? I know Bubalu. No. Bubalu is the gum with it. No, Bubalu is the gum with the inside. It has like. So it's different.
It's like marshmallow.
Oh yes, yes, so good. But there's one that has the what's it called? The duck. And it's like the bubulubu too. Yeah. Pero no es gansito. No, el gansito, it's like that one then. But it's not, the gansito is like more like fluffier. Yeah, it's cake instead of like chocolate. So did you bring them from, where did you get them from?
My mom just came back from Mexico, so she brought us a bunch of it.
Okay, bring me some. You know what are my favorite? The obledas? Obleas? Yes. Those are so good. Or like the paletas de leche de cabra. Those are so good. Okay. Yes. So those are like my favorite. Those candies, I can eat them like all day. So did she not bring you those? Oh, dang it. Oh, they're all chile. Okay. You know what I've been craving lately? Sorry, this is not with Spanish, but I've been craving. Yes, I've been craving mango con sal y chamoy y limón. Chamoy.
We should take a Spanish field trip to the guy to the fruit stand in the corner.
Where?
To the fruit
I didn't know. Yeah, we should. Like I've been wanting to like say, no, not today. Not today. No. It has to be a day where we're all here and we can like we'll get cultured about Mexico.
You could just borrow the van and we could all hop in the van and just drive down there and grab some.
Yeah, we could.
The guy's Mexican, I know he is.
Okay. Do you know how much it costs? Okay. Okay. So everyone would have to bring $8.
We should do it.
Or we should do our own here and like bring our own stuff.
No, wait, we should do it either Wednesday or Thursday because the guys have the game on Friday.
Okay. Let me plan it. Probably not this week. Probably not this week because probably when we come back, that way I have time to plan and ask the administration. But everyone has to try it though. So you have to, everyone has to eat it.
Oh, and only people in Spanish class.
Yes, only people in Spanish class. Okay, that's going to be fun then. I have some pineapples. If anyone wants to bring me tajin? Okay. Okay. That's what I'm saying. We can all bring and pitch in and then... I'm not a big fan of jicama because it's just, if you don't eat it with anything, if you don't eat it with anything, with cheese? Okay, I'm sorry. Okay, back to La Familia, okay? Everyone, okay. La Familia. I'm going to read it in numerical order, okay? Mother, father, brother, sister, grandfather, grandmother, uncle, aunt, cousin boy, cousin girl, okay? In Spanish, el padre o papá, I never say padre, okay? I say papá, okay? Papá. The madre, mamá. Let me write those in the board. You will be surprised. Okay, so instead of padre y madre, we're going to use mamá y papá, okay? Actually, mamá, papá. Okay. El padre, la madre, el hermano, la hermana, el abuelo, la abuela, el tío, la tía, el primo, y la prima, okay? Cousin in Spanish do have a feminine and a masculine, okay? So in Spanish, cousins have, okay. Girls, keep your voice down, please. Okay, in Spanish, cousins do have feminine and masculine, okay? For the masculine is primo, for the feminine is prima, okay? So Jesse, which ones do you know already? Which one? Okay, but what are they? Tell me. Madre and padre? ¿Y cuál más? Which one? What else? El primo y prima? Oh, how do you know those? Huh? You don't know? You just know them? Oh, that's pretty cool. That's pretty different. Okay. I'll say them in English, you say them in Spanish, okay? Father. Padre o papá, whichever, okay? Mother. Mother. Mamá o mamacita o mami. Oh, that's different. Who's your... ¿Quién es tu papacito? Okay, next one. Brother. Brother. Sister. Wow, Lena, I'm so proud of you. Grandfather. Grandmother. Uncle. Aunt. Who says aunt here? No one? Aunt. I hear people. Some people say aunt. Cousin boy. And cousin girl. Okay, these are super easy, okay? Go ahead and say them again. Just you three guys, okay? Okay. Father. Mother. Brother. Sister. Grandfather. Grandmother. Uncle. Aunt. Or aunt. Cousin, boy. And cousin, girl. Okay. ¿Cómo se llama tu mamá? ¿Cómo se llama tu madre o tu mamá? ¿Cómo se llama? Yes. Rebeca. ¿Cómo se llama tu hermano? No, tu hermano, hermano. Aaron, okay. ¿Cómo se llama tu papá? Lina, ¿cómo se llama tu abuela? Jean. Noé, ¿cómo se llama tu primo? Brian? Ryan? Okay. ¿Cómo se llama tu hermano? You have a brother. Okay, ¿cómo se llama tu abuela? Abuelita. What do you call her? Abuela? Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, ¿cómo se llama tu tía? María. Okay, ¿cómo se llama tu tío? Pick one. César. Amatista, ¿cómo se llama tu hermana? ¿Cómo se llama? ¿Cómo se llama tu hermana? Oh. ¿Cómo se llama tu papá? Carlos. Okay, good job. Okay. Close your books. Okay, let's play a quick game. I'll bring you chocolate tomorrow. Okay. I'm going to ask you to just stand and tell me the answer, okay? In Spanish, obviously. No, just stand up. Okay. Ready? Noah, wake up. Come on. Okay. Ready? At the end of school. At the end of school. 5, 4, 3. Al fin de la escuela. Yeah. Okay, keep your own score though. Keep your own score. Next one. I know. Before school. Okay. During school. Okay, good job. Okay, 1, 1, 1. After school. She said it. She said it. Late at night. They've been saying it first. Okay, what did I say? Sorry. I forgot what I said. Late at night. Muy tarde por la noche. On time. Okay, there was a tie. You three. At the beginning of school. Al principio de la escuela. Okay. Early in the morning. Okay. Who said it? Okay, give yourself a point. To cover. Victoria, that's your point. To permit. No! What is it? No. Permitir. I said to permit. To permit. To attend. No. Okay, what's the score? 3, 2, or 3? 3, 3, 5, 2? Okay. To decide. Did you say it?
I was gonna say it, but they said it.
Okay. Yeah, 4 of you, yes. Okay. To discover. Say it. Okay. Father. Papa. Mother. Okay. Brother. Grandmother. Cousin girl. Prima, not primo. Cousin boy. Primo. Uncle. Yes. And aunt. La tía. Tía. Okay. Who has the most point? Okay, I'll bring y'all something because it's Valentine's week. Okay, see y'all tomorrow.